Good evening, cupcakes. It is a beautiful day here in Liyue, I think. That's where we are. I've been working hard, though. Let me tell you something. You're gonna see. Um, anyway, I hope your day is going wonderfully. We've got some draws to do. And then we're gonna do the daily quests. And then we are going to finish off the Liyue quest. You can see adventure rank 33, which I think the last stream it was like 30. Anyway, let's go ahead and get that. Them battle pass rewards. And then hopefully once we finish off Liyue and gone to Inazuma and gone to the Statue of the Seven in Inazuma where the Golden Wolf is, then I can open things up for you guys to join me, and we can kill the Golden Wolf together. So, see, we've got quite a little stuff to wish with. So, let's try for the beginner's wish, novice wish. One of these. I mean, yeah, at least one is supposed to be 4-star, right? Beidou. Okay. So she's like Razor, basically. Except I imagine she plays a little bit differently. But she's a Claymore user and electric. Okay. Alright. And then... So now we can no longer do that wish. Anyway. Let's wish for Ganyu. Come on. Cross fingers. No. Ugh, we got Jinkyu again. Character I never use. Guess nobody cares. Alright. Can we get any more? We can get one more intertwined fate from this. Whereas unfortunately with the Stardust exchange, we can't get any more intertwined fate. We gotta wait until next month. So we'll go ahead and get four quaint fates. Alright. One more chance for Ganyu. My pity's coming up soon. This isn't my pity. What? Why? Why would you do this to me? Game! Why? It taunts me! Okay. We'll go ahead and see about this. And then I believe we'll have enough Masterless Stardust for one more Acquaint Fate after we've drawn all these, which will be the last one that we can get this month. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do next week with our Masterless Stardust. Okay. Alright, and then there's that. Actually, let me show you. For the character event wish. Go all the way. Go. Thank you. I mean, I guess Jinkyu is the event up thing, but it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be that high of a probability. So, actually, wait, we aren't that close to, wait, what? This is not updated for today. Is it? Yeah, no, it didn't update for today. So we still aren't quite as far as I thought. So it's 43, and then we drew 11 today, so it's 54. So we're actually still quite a ways off from the pity. Looks like. Anyway. Hey, Philidori. How you doing? I hit skip, and it did not skip. We should be getting close to a 4-star... a 4-star pity draw from these. Nope. Okay. Anyway, so that's that for our wishes. For the start of the stream. Oh, hey, Pink. Oh. Well. She's part of the stream now. It's variable. Like, it increases in probability as you go on. That's my understanding of it. Also, yes, I did buy the Gnostic hymn. Like, I think the pity starts at like 70 or something like that, and it just like it increases the probability every time you pull. So let me go ahead and see. Base probability of winning 5-star item 0.6%. Base probability of winning 5-star character 0.3%. Consolidated probability, including guarantee of winning 5-star item, 1.6%. Guaranteed to win 5-star item at least once per 90 attempts. So yeah, it increases. The probability increases until at 90 it goes to 100%. It looks like. Anyway, well, I guess while we're here, we might as well upgrade Jinkyu's constellation. Scent remained increases the maximum number of rain swords by 1. Rainbow upon the azure sky. Extends the duration of Guhua sword rain cutter by 3 seconds. Decreases the hydro resistance of opponents hit by sword rain attacks by 15% for 4 seconds. Okay. Alright. Now let's get up here, do our dailies. Also, Pink is saying hello, chat. So yeah, I'm pretty far away, and I have done at least 90 pulls at this point. So that was actually a question that I had when I was looking into it before, is whether the standard pulls count towards the pity for event banners, and they do not. Neither do the novice ones. Thank you, fish, for swimming right into my hands. That was convenient. Thank you. Oh, and yeah. So she is a great sword user with the... Oh, by the way, you might have noticed the party lineup has changed a little bit. So I realized we kind of need to be carrying a Claymore user with us at all times. And we also need to be having an archer. Technically speaking, we just need a ranged character, but the problem is that mages are always... they're always in their element. Every attack they do, there's no physical aspect to the attack, it's just the elemental attack, which can be a problem. You know, like, for example, if you take Barbara to the Oceanid, it's immune to water attacks, and, you know, sometimes you need that range, so, yeah. I replaced Barbara with Diana, for a healer, which... The other alternatives was Colette, or Amber. Amber's fire. We already have fire with Bennett. And yeah, so... And then I would have to bring in Barbara, and then so I'd have to get rid of either Yuánshén or Bennett. Anyway. What are you doing? Worshipping the Geolord. I take it you aren't from around here? This is Yuánshén Temple. People in Liyue Harbor come here all the time to offer incense to the Geolord and to pray for good luck. I live very far away, meaning I don't have the chance to come here and offer incense very often. So each time I come, I spend a little longer to make up for it. I've read a lot of ancient texts about the Lord of Geo, and the more I read, the more awestruck I am by his greatness. You know he's dead, right? So when I think about all that he has done for Liyue Harbor, I find that I have to travel a little bit further. The fact that I have to travel a little bit further to offer some incense to him seems like a small price to pay. You probably don't know a lot about the Geolord, do you? I can tell you all about him if you'd like. That said, just listening to me talk probably won't make it sink in. I have an idea. Go look around nearby Liyue Harbor and gather some things I can use as props. Having some props will really bring my narration to life. Great. Don't be too long. I'll be here waiting. Oh. Found anything? Well, there is... silk flowers. These are silk flowers, right? Yes. And... okay, I guess we can just give him silk flowers. Ah, you must have picked this up somewhere out in the countryside. I mean, they kind of grow right here. You clearly went to great lengths to get this. Good work. As you will have seen, Liyue Harbor is a vast city. But even the largest cities are built one brick at a time. There was nothing like the Liyue Harbor we know today when the first settlers arrived here. Through their sweat and toil, those brave settlers cultivated the land, bit by bit, and eventually built this great city. As you know, the terrain is rocky and mountainous around Liyue Harbor. This makes the land extremely difficult to cultivate, and yet these tenacious plants grow defiantly in the mountains. Each of these plants also has useful properties, which made them immensely helpful for the early settlers. They took this as the Geolord's divine providence. Stories of the settlers' accomplishments have always been popular in Liyue Harbor. Even today, many of Liyue's adventurers are inspired by the deeds of their forebears. They see themselves as heirs to the legacy of tenacity and their spirit of breaking new ground. In the same vein, they also worship the Geolord as the Groundbreaker. Liyue's adventurers require of themselves to be steadfast in the mountains to be steadfast as the mountains in the face of whatever challenges they may face. Well, that's all I have. Well, that's all I have to say about that. Maybe we can talk some more next time. Cool. And now we know. Do 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 do. So I've had quite a bit of time to try out Razor, not quite as much to try out Diana, and I'm actually really liking him with his ultimate. It works really well, and now that I've got a good amount of stamina, I can do the swingy sword thing plenty. So, yeah, he does a lot of the damage. Oh, I remember this one. This is fun. Dang it. Speaking of, it's also nice to have an archer for hunting. Oh. It is a nice sword. Yeah, so, additionally... there's a lot, what was I gonna say? Oh, I awakened them all to the 3rd star, except for Yuánshén. I hate that these guys run. So, yes. So it was quite a bit of effort that was put in between last stream and this stream. So I hope y'all appreciate it. More ice. And then... yeah. Destination. I need all of the crabs that I can get, because my goodness. There is some really nice... The pot thing. Hold on, let me show you. This thing right here. The Adeptus Temptation. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. Woodland Dream. Shield strength for 35 by 35%. I think I'd just rather have the straight up defense boost, which I'm sure is the objectively wrong choice. But I don't care. But yeah, my standard tactic for doing lots and lots of damage with the ultimates is just to have Bennett Foddy ultimate and then ultimate with Razor and go to town on these dudes. And you're gonna see that here.
Why do they never miss? Let's light it up. Get back.
Although I probably should have broken this guy's shield before I did that. Okay.
Break a leg.
See, this is what I'm talking about with the swinging. Oh boy. And this like these shields, the primary reason why I'm like, yeah, I need somebody to have a giant sword. And see, already his ultimate is charged, which, my goodness, that is That charges really fast. Yay! What's in here? Wait, the zombie girl from the... What's this now? From the cookie game? Or, oh, you mean Chi-Chi. That's, I get what you're saying.
And step.
She's not a zombie, she's a Zhongxi. Zhongxi, right? I think it is.
The troop appreciates any donation.
It's kind of like a cross between a zombie and a vampire. It's you know Toho? There's a Zhongxi in that game. It's what's her name? I can't believe Sega Kaku. Her servant is a Zhongxi. Ooh. Is there anyone whose special ability is hunting? Because I need more meat. And also crabs.
No need to stand on ceremony. I'll just take this.
Dang it. Okay. Was that the last one? No, there's still one more. Yeah, I've heard there is one in a fighting game, but yeah, no, gosh darn it, what's her Zhongxi's name? I forget. It's the name of a famous poet, and she's actually, I would argue she's more popular than Sega Kaku is, which is kind of a little silly. Since Sega Kaku is an actual character, and she is a mostly mindless zombie, although she does have a little bit of... There's something in there, and that's like, but that's pretty much as far as it goes, is there's something in there. Hi. Yeah, you're gonna die. Sorry. Have I killed these slimes before? I don't know. Maybe I'll get something from it. Nope. Hey, thank you for going on land. That makes killing you a lot easier. Nope. Guess I already got it. I don't know what that's supposed to be. And it doesn't let me read it. Okay. Well, anyway, back to the Adventurers Guild we go. Let's get our rewards. Right. Yoshika. Her name is Yoshika something. Anyway.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing. Ad Astra.
And let's go ahead and collect all this stuff. Sorry, playtime. Not yet. Still need to finish the Liyue main quest. Then, once we're in Inazuma, we'll do that. Alright. C and Co. Yeah. I'm streaming now. When are you gonna stream? I'm streaming now. Alright. Alright. We'll finish this one, which is important, by the way, for the battle pass. To be done with this quest. Hello?
Ah, you're the consultant to Yuánshén funeral parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Pte have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Pte. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
We can't just stand by and watch.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither.
I like diplomacy.
Is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Yuánshén funeral parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Yuánshén funeral parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment. Consider your next course of action carefully, traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Having connections
But I like explosions.
be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse?
That ginger guy, you know, Mr. More Money Than Sense? That ginger guy.
If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him.
Well, I was thinking that because he has red hair.
No one is watching to do something really bad. But where could we find him now? Where would he go at a time like this?
There's only one place he would go. I don't know. I don't know where that is, but I'm sure my quest marker will lead me there. Yeah, so I was gonna say, see, I was thinking because he has red hair, it kind of makes sense that, you know, he'd want to see Liyue on fire. That way, the city brings out the color of his hair. Oh. Wait, what? Your streams spike? What? Playtime. What? My streams spike? What does that mean? I thought he was an ice user. Also, please talk in the stream, not in my friend's chat. If Oh, okay. You enjoyed the streams. Anyway. What? So the Golden House is a dungeon then, eh? A donjon!
Wow! This is the Golden House? It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Teyvat's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing.
If it were that easy, this place would have been emptied long ago. This is like the cave.
Tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here.
The cave in Aladdin.
If we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right.
Something feels amiss here.
It's quiet.
Well, I mean, the dead guard off to our left is kind of a dead giveaway. Not that we can see him right now.
The Exuvia? Huh? Look! What happened here?
Yeah. They've been knocked unconscious. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, if they're unconscious for that long, brain damage.
Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is alright.
Do I dare? Do I dare? Yeah, I kind of am daring right now. Okay, it looks like we can just step on the Mora as we wish. Never mind. I thought it was gonna kill us.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way.
Looks like I was just in time then.
Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location.
How's this a
Don't you
secret
think that
location?
Trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort. Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires.
Not if I have anything to say about it. I won't allow you to get near the Exuvia. No, not if I.
I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. but I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there?
I could never defeat you. You're completely delusional.
Fighting talk, I love it. Now let's see you live up to it.
I probably shouldn't have burned those last ultimates on...
So show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with the Pte Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
Oh wait, actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and use some of this, and use some of this. And hopefully we won't die, but we'll see.
How unbecoming.
Oops, oops. Oops. Oh, come on!
Poor timing.
Yeah, that was pretty poor timing of your shots, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Now... No!
Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Is that a trick? Haha, good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you...
Wait, so he's got water and electricity?
Has your luck run out?
Strike is one. Let's light it up.
You've got some skills.
A leap.
Okay. You done? What? We kicked his butt!
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing it to get close to the Exuvia.
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected. Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now. I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Oh, okay, this is... Tataglia. Oh, okay.
Not bad. But this is going to cost you!
Use the glider. Why didn't you use the glider?
You got to the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you?
No, I did not, but I have a sneaking suspicion I know who did.
Guarding the golden house to me on purpose. No matter. Hand the Gnosis over now. Don't make me take it from you.
We didn't take it! Everybody stand back! Ow!
Seriously, come on. That was most unsporting. Oh, I can never beat you, huh? Huh?
Look! Child's back to normal again!
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis.
That's right. It's
No matter where it had been taken.
was the
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of
was
ability
the guy that you
far
thought
surpassed
was
that
your
Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be?
because I'm gradually restoring my former power. No, it's the guy you thought was your useful puppet.
You know the answer, don't you?
Played you like a
See
fiddle.
it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
I kind of like
I'm
enemy
ready to
characters
bring
like
the
that.
Conversation to an end.
Villain
My
characters like
quest
that.
still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Rex Lapis still lives?
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the
But it seems my guess was incorrect.
1,000 years ago. How could an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission. Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
been trying to duplicate them.
The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
Anyway, that's the Chilled's character. Why do they call him Child? It should be pronounced Chilled. I don't know. Anyway, Childe. That's aside from the point. But he's kind of like Wamuu in a lot of ways, and Wamuu is one of my favorite JoJo villains.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on? Paimon's exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
Aren't we in Liyue right now?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Qixing. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? No, that's scary.
I mean, it'd be rude to attack while the story is unfolding.
Qixing,
Story quest.
Millilith, and Adepti
Cutscene.
here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is not necessarily.
What? But all of you are supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now.
Yep.
Be nice if she would bring that to bear when she's in my party. I mean, I'm just saying. This is a lot of magical power. Be helpful to have that. If you're ever gonna use it, you know, while we're adventuring together. Just saying. I mean, at least there's an explanation for that. He did say that he didn't have the power to hold that. Like his body, it had negative effects on his body. So at least there's an explanation there.
The 3 Adepti are manning the Guizhong Ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
Oh gosh, I'm so bad at these missions.
With me! Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you? One wishes to witness.
Where's the next one? Oh, there they are. Well, that's cheating. They're using ranged attacks and not reacting to my attacks against them. It's cheating. Poor sportsmanship. I'm guessing they're gonna appear over here, right? If not, I might be a little screwed. Okay, there we go.
Going in! Let's light it up!
Looks like I went too far.
That was unnecessary to ultimate there, but okay. Don't like that you can't do the spinny thing while he's ultimated. Yeah. I've been killing the Fatui.
I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
Ow. Be careful not to get hit, and the first thing I do is get hit.
Can't have your drink.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
It isn't time for break-ins. Right.
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't look!
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is adeptal energy! That light from your body, it's like the time in Julian Cars! Wow, it's Madame Ping's shockwave! This green is really strong!
I miscalculated.
Oops. Whoopsies. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Look at you, Boozle!
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast
Okay.
the fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might.
Okay.
I too did this during the Archon War.
Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know.
Like in a fight!
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
Cool. Thanks.
Going too fast!
I mean, that's not like super fast. Oh my gosh, please! Stop! Stop! Okay, this is not good. 'Cause I can dodge now. There's a dude that I'm expecting to show up, but
Body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
Let's light it up!
out of habit, I hung around trying to get the her drops because my goodness, I have needed so many of them.
I'm going in! Exercise caution. I fear that the god's power has reached its peak. In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
This is
Your grand finale. Came out of your dream. Huh.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Can you stop? I'm trying to heal. This is why Barbar is better. Okay. I don't have to stay in one place to get healed. I just steal everybody's health. Okay, the West Ballista is not doing too hot. You gotta keep an eye on that.
The Fatui's numbers are thinning!
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Okay. I did not notice the timer. Oh, hey, did you decide to actually come and help?
No more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
So what was this whole not necessarily thing?
It's working. We just need to keep this up.
Well, so much for that plan. I guess there's the not necessarily. Use the glider! Okay, why didn't you just use the glider, though?
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
I like how he just knows what to do. Yeah, I need to stab my sword into the ground. That makes perfect sense.
Miscalculated.
Is it finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here to—
Sorry, no.
But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
We're all on the same side. I don't understand what's going on at all, but okay, we're all on the same side here.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
When there is discord between the Guardians and those they were meant to defend, harmony becomes very difficult to restore.
Right. That's something that happened in Mondstadt.
Yeah, I can...
The Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
This is what we learned in the City of Freedom.
The Seven Nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughing
Wouldn't it
stock,
be the very
to
nadir?
be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
We?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection, but it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
They've listened to what the people have said, and they're trying to understand things from their perspective. Why is this a choice? Clearly I'm saying one thing after the other. That's just... Okay. Okay, whatever.
Believe, conqueror of demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Ooh, I don't know. Mythologies and histories are full of examples of why that's not necessarily a good idea.
All's well that ends well, huh?
It's like, it'll eventually come to pass that those will become legends, and, you know, it's, and people will come in with new ideas, and that's, and those new ideas will be not necessarily so great for the Adepti. The Adepti were quite reasonable in the end.
Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own. So Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death too? Hyman doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adeptilus Rite of Parting that we're organizing? No idea.
Who said it's Adeptilus?
Let's ask for him at Yuánshén Funeral Parlor.
I was right. I was right all along. Mostly because I had spoilers, but that's aside from the point. Yeah, I'm definitely not particularly loving Diana as our main healer, but maybe once we upgrade her talents, it'll be fine. Right now, her talents are all at their very basic level. Because the dungeon where we can upgrade her talents doesn't open up until, I think, tomorrow. So, yeah. Fairy lady, oh, hey.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Yuánshén Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
Why are we looking all over the place for Zhongli when we're supposed to be looking for the Geo Archon? Yeah, you know, I mean, it's understandable that he would miss that. You know, it happens. Hold on. What? Okay, here? Where's Northland Bank? No, it's up. Ah! Okay. Okay, there it is. There we are. Goodness.
You call this cooperation between Harbingers. Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the Harbingers?
Signora.
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
I still have time to take it back.
No, don't let her get to you. You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements, and our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle. So it might be best to keep things peaceful this time, seeing that 2 of the Harbingers are here.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on.
Zhongli tricked you?
So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
Agreement?
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
Ah, I knew it! Okay, yes, I see the Gnosis.
Sanctimonious.
So Zhongli is actually Rex Lapis? I mean, I did have my suspicions!
So you're the Lord of Chio? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky and all of Liyue goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You've finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue.
Let me guess, you had another plan in case it all burned down.
That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Senora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue as divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all.
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark.
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight?
We were both equally fooled. You've really embarrassed yourself this time.
Hey, haven't you learned the Liyue saying, don't always call it as you see it?
I mean, if you wanted to, we could probably take her on together, I'm just saying.
Use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
I'd like to know what the Cryo-Archon offered you. What could possibly be worth a Gnosis?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
Okay. Okay. Leave Northland Bank. Huh, how do we complete this quest? Oh. Oh, I guess we get... What? It's a quest to leave, to walk out the door. And I missed that. After the dust settles on.
Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Oh, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you one more time
Since
again.
we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only
But you just said it was true.
possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Pte fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Pte? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Pte catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed.
Technically true.
I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
Just listen to the government. Believe the government. Everything they do.
The Qi-Sing's
Everything they say.
words.
Don't question.
Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qi-Sing's announcement said.
They said that Rex Lapis wasn't.
So that's how they're spinning it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the truth. It's a lot closer to the truth than...
Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qi-Sing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly,
Possible.
right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look.
Man, I just want to fight a golden wolf lord, okay?
Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
See, we weren't lying. We weren't on the prowl.
Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
I mean, we kind of didn't.
Always repay
But
debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
a boat to Inazuma. Oh, I want the hand of the perfume lady in marriage. That's what I want. No, kidding. Like, why were we looking at her?
Could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Wait, what? I think that's the first time we've heard the character talk for quite some time. Just talk to anyone? See, we weren't lying.
Think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it. But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't appreciate women that call me liars.
They say, and that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
Ah, Rex Lapis. Oh, Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
I mean, that ain't bad.
As for the mortals and adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
Okay. Look for Zhongli at the scene. At the scene of the crime! Must be nice to be able to arrange your own funeral.
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years?
Technically they won't, because he's given up his
If you
gnosis.
can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Xinyue kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinyue kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do like the Mora.
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do.
I mean, he runs a
When
funeral
I was
house.
journeying with you, though I still had the gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder. Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
That's one way to put it.
Spending Fatui money? You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you.
It was a fine journey.
That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed.
Oh.
Yes. The nation has been closed by order of its deity. The Electro-Archon Ball.
Ball? What?
As the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis. She too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
The demon runs that country, apparently.
Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
I mean, certainly rather... I certainly can understand why they would call her Raiden instead of demon. Inazuma Shogunate.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity.
The Thunder God is the god of eternity?
Finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods. And of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles. All right then.
Yavin.
Is there anything else you wish to know?
Must be mission, an angel. As for the Liyue... I'd like to ask, but I really just want to get to Inazuma, okay? No, about more.
Zhongli,
I don't know. We'll
now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora!
I mean, not printing money, that sounds like a good plan to me.
Indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right, then.
Okay, but okay, so he doesn't run the funeral house, but he does have a major position there, and he did just organize the funeral for a god, so he shouldn't really be hurting for it. You know, I'm just saying.
Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
What about child?
About that, before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
All right, let's wrap this up.
The Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti, could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
All right. Finally. All right. Talk to Madam Ping. My goodness. Okay. We got a lot of stuff we need to get done, but a lot of that stuff is gonna have to happen. Okay, maybe not. Complete other quests. Complete other quests. Complete other quests. Okay. Go to Eugene Terrace and listen to Ningguang's speech. We gotta listen to this first.
I have gathered everyone here today to make an important announcement. Perhaps some of you will have heard the news already. I am, in fact, planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber.
Rebuild the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project!
So the rumors are true. No wonder the price of building materials has gone up so much lately.
The Jade Chamber means a lot to Lady Ningguang. Getting involved in this would be a huge opportunity. Lady Ningguang, is there any way we can be of service?
Patience. Since the news made it out a few days ago, I have already had many people contacting me to declare an interest in joining the project. Nevertheless, I do have a few matters I should like to entrust to you here today. The building site has been chosen, and most of the materials have been assembled. 3 key items are, however, still outstanding. They are as follows: Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils.
Excuse my ignorance, Lady Ningguang.
I'm familiar enough with Plostrite, but I've never even heard of those other two.
Only sufficiently large pieces of Plostrite, or specifically, Vermilionite, may earn themselves the Sunset moniker. This stone is what allows the Jade Chamber to float. Wonder cores, meanwhile, are the central components of the mechanical structure of the Jade Chamber. Adepti sigils serve as a means of integrating the mechanical devices with Adepti art. They are as indispensable as the mechanical core itself. Although these 3 items are rare, I trust that with your connections and capabilities, procuring them will not be a question of if, but of when. I take the saying, time is money, more seriously than most. Efficiency is everything. I will pay a generous price for the materials that you find, and in addition, the first 3 people who collect all the materials will have the opportunity to ask me a question. You may ask me anything, and I will give you an honest answer. I trust that this means of compensation will be to everyone's satisfaction.
These things won't be easy to get hold of. But if it means a chance to get some inside information on Liyue Harbor's development plan for next year...
Then it's the deal of a lifetime. Information from Lady Ningguang is priceless. Whoever gets to it first takes the market.
Haha, what a coincidence! I won't divulge too much, but I've heard some murmurings about some Plostrite just the other day. So excuse me all, but I have some business to do.
Excuse me, but what part of Liyue is that accent from?
No. We better move quickly, or this opportunity will be snatched away from us.
Ningguang's rebuilding the Jade Chamber? This is a huge deal! Let's get involved!
I mean, it is, like, that's the thing. People who are
You heard my announcement, did you?
not going to be very successful in life tend to undervalue the importance of information. But as they say, you know, that's priceless. And that's something that a lot of people don't get about running a business, is that you have, like, operating money, and that's really the only money that matters, is the money to operate the business. Everything else is far more valuable. You never want to trade this other stuff for money. Like, for example, employee satisfaction, employee loyalty, consumer trust. That's the word the phrase I'm looking for. Consumer trust. You never want to trade that for money. Companies that do tend to be on the decline, and usually it's because they're on the decline that they trade consumer trust for money, for operating expenditure, and that just, you know, puts them into a death spiral. And then, of course, there's information. Information is so important. It's so valuable. And in a lot of ways, this is, you could say that information or knowledge is a major reason why CEOs have, get paid what they do, is because lacking just the slightest bit of information can cause an entire company to tank. I use JCPenney as an example all the flippin' time for why you don't want to cheap out on a CEO. And the thing that makes them such a great example is that they didn't even cheap out on a CEO. They just hired someone who was not the exact right fit for their business. And because he didn't know that. So if you're selling a shirt for like $20, right? Then the shirt should be worth $20. However, if you're selling a shirt for $20 and that shirt has a sale sign on it, then the shirt can be worth less than $20. Like, let's say you can say that the shirt is worth $19. And the feeling that people get from buying a shirt that has a sale sign on it is $1. So if you take away that sale sign and you're still selling the shirt for $20, you're overcharging people. And he didn't understand that. And that's what caused JCPenney to almost, like, JCPenney was like huge, and then that one decision just destroyed it. And it still hasn't recovered. So anyway, that's that's the thing, right? Is like he didn't have that one piece of information, that one piece of knowledge about how to run a clothing company. He was the reason why Apple stores are so successful. That's why they poached him from Apple, is because he was credited as the major reason why Apple stores were so successful, but he just didn't have the knowledge to run a clothing store. And so that's the thing. Like you don't want the CEO of your company because you don't want your company to cheap out on the CEO, because that's your job on the line. If the CEO screws up, congratulations, you don't have a job anymore. So that's, that's the thing. Like, hundreds of JCPenney jobs were lost, dozens of stores were closed. It was rough. It was a rough time to be employee at JCPenney, and it's still a rough time. Yeah. Can I really ask you anything at all?
Yes. Providing the question pertains to something I am knowledgeable about.
Maybe I can find out more about my sister.
Really?
I don't think she has that knowledge.
Ask you about how to run a business. Then we'll never be short of Mora ever again.
First thing to running a business is to not be obsessed with Mora.
But how much information I share with you will depend on your performance. The construction of the Jade Chamber requires a great deal of space. The abandoned mine outside the Golden House has been selected as the building site. Once you have collected the materials, please take them there. I have other business to attend to now. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you to the site in person. When you do arrive, please seek out my secretary. Remember, this is a race against the clock. A rare opportunity presents itself to you. Do not let somebody else snatch it from your grasp.
So do I actually have a limited time, or is it just going to be telling me, yeah, you have a limited time, and then give me infinite time?
Come on, we better get going. First, we gotta get out of Eugene Terrace. Huh? Look, it seems like there's something kind of fishy going on over there.
Man,
Yeah.
you seem like an eminent and distinguished young lady to me. I can see that you're easily gonna win this procurement contest Lady Ningguang has set up. As it happens, we have some information about the materials that I really think might interest you. Come on, let's find somewhere a little more private, and we can get down to brass tacks.
No, I don't need it.
Ah, don't be like that. Hey, come on, don't go! Why don't you stand there after her? Oh, right, yeah.
So, oh man, what's his name? From A Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones. The spider. I forget. It starts with a V. Part of his backstory.
Let's follow them and see what we can find out.
Part of his backstory is that he kind of became a thief, and he started stealing stuff. But then he found out that information is more valuable than just items. Like, a golden locket doesn't match the value of just some critical piece of information. And so, instead of dealing in stolen goods, he started dealing in information. And he found that that was much more valuable.
They're not here. Let's keep looking.
Viserys. No, not Viserys. Varys.
That, ma'am. nowhere left to run. Don't
His
worry.
name was originally Viserys.
You give us some mora, we give you a little info. Everybody's a winner.
Boss, I got a bad feeling about this. Look at her, the white hair, the energy she gives off. I'm telling you, there's something different about her.
I mean, her hair looks more like pale blue.
She's loaded. How are we ever going to repay those gambling debts if we just let money walk away from us, huh?
I've already told you. I don't need your information.
Let me guess, she's from
If you still
Inazuma.
can't grasp that, I'm happy to repeat it in a way that won't be so easy to forget.
Come on, ma'am. You seem like an intelligent lady. I shouldn't have to spell this out to you. It's not about whether you need the info or not, okay? It's about you taking out your money and handing it over and nobody getting hurt.
I won't.
No more excuses! I know you have money. I saw you. Yeah, I saw you. Strolling into Liyue Pavilion, ordering a table full of food, and only taking a few bites. Then Xinyue Kiosk, then Wanmin Restaurant. Same story each time. You order all the signature dishes,
Apparently.
a few bites, then you're on your way again. How could you afford to be so wasteful if you weren't from a rich family? And since you're so rich, what's the loss to you in giving us a little spare change, huh?
Master warned me not to lay a hand on anyone in Liyue Harbor. But here we are. Perhaps... yes. Let's call it fate.
Boss, I'm telling you, something's not right.
What are you afraid of? We're just selling information. It's not illegal. If she lays a finger on us, all the better. We'll sue her for everything she's worth.
They're trying to intimidate people into doing business.
Oh, you again.
The Millilith? What are the Millilith doing here? Did you do this? You ought to mind your own business. I swear!
Silence! How dare you threaten innocent civilians? You're coming with us.
No, don't be angry, sir. Please, let me explain.
Are you alright?
Shenhe?
My name.
I hate that introduction! It's so overused and it makes no sense.
Paimon! And this is Paimon's travel buddy!
Oh, I've heard about you two before. Thank you for helping to defuse the situation.
It's so overused. It's needlessly, it's needlessly dramatic, but it's not even actually good drama.
It would have taken to get him to surrender.
You can't do that! That's way too violent! This is Liyue Harbor! There are laws against that kind of stuff, you know!
Laws?
You not heard of the law, Shinhei?
No. Apparently not.
Really? So, how exactly have you...
What was that noise?
That would be my stomach growling. I haven't eaten enough.
She's so honest. Wait, that's right! They said you went around all the restaurants ordering this and that and the other, but only took a small bite of each dish. Then of course you're still hungry. So, anything in particular you're hungry for?
See, she and Paimon are gonna get along.
Lily, violet grass. These are my usuals.
Those are all medicinal herbs.
Medicinal herbs?
Kinda hard to explain. Anyway, Boo Boo Pharmacy's not far away. Let's take Shenhe there for a big medicinal meal.
I mean, we have violet glass and glazed lilies.
On an empty stomach.
And I think the other thing, I don't know.
Do you think Shenhe might be an adeptus? It seems like it's her first time in Liyue Harbor.
Are you here to buy some herbs? I do hope you brought your prescription.
Ginseng, glaze lily, and violet grass, please. Half a pound of
Oh yeah, we do have Ching Ching.
What kind of prescription is this? Sounds more like a lunch order. Oh, here you go. That's everything we have in stock.
Thank you. My hunger has now abated. Thank you.
So, what I was saying, Varys, his original name was Viserys, and he shortened it. Because, okay, so you may not know this if you watch the show, but there was a thing called the Blackfire Rebellion. See, this king, Aegon the Unworthy, he thought that his trueborn son, was actually a bastard, that his wife had been cheating on him, or at least that's what he said. He preferred his firstborn bastard son, Daemon Blackfire. And, well, he didn't officially name him as heir. He made his feelings about his son, really well known, and he also legitimized all of his bastards, actually. Bloodraven was one of them, by the way. He legitimized all of his bastards on his death. And so there was this Blackfire Rebellion where the Blackfires, they fought to take control from the Targaryens, and they ended up losing, and they were exiled to the Free Cities. This is where the Golden Company comes from. Is that the exiles from there formed the Golden Company. And in the books, there is this plot about young Griff, who Viserys claims is actually Aegon Targaryen, who he had spirited away before the sacking of King's Landing, but which people are pretty sure is a Blackfire, and probably the son of the merchant dude. You remember where the mansion that they are at the start? That mansion where Daenerys and Viserys are at the start? That guy, a lot of people think he's that guy's son, and that guy's wife was a Blackfire. Viserys is also almost completely confirmed to be a Blackfire. It's why he shaves his head, is to hide the fact that he has silver hair. And it's why that Red Priest cut him, as he refers to it, is because he's a Blackfire, and so he had king's blood. And that's why the magic spell worked, by the way. That's kind of the thing. That's the hint, the major hint that he has king's blood, is that it wouldn't have worked if he didn't have king's blood. But yeah, no, I just realized his name is Viserys. His real name is Viserys. And he shortened it to Varys. Because he's a Blackfire, so he would be named in the Targaryen tradition. And so they've got names like Rhaenyra and Rhaegal and Aegon and Daemon and Viserys. So his real name is Viserys. Also, for the record, I'm 99% sure that that Jon Snow's real name is not Aegon, it's Daemon. Because you look, there were 3 times when a Daemon should have inherited the throne. There's the Dance of Dragons, there's the Blackfire Rebellion, and there's now. Maybe that's what the dragon has 3 heads means, is the 3 Daemons. Daemon Targaryen from the Dance of the Dragons, Daemon Blackfire from the Blackfire Rebellion, and Daemon Snow from the time of A Song of Ice and Fire. And I think that's part of the prophecy or something like that, maybe. The date, it was supposed to be a Daemon who saved the realm from the White Walkers. Oh, I never thought of that. Blackfire, Redfire, and Icefire. I also have a theory about Tyrion. People talk about how... maybe not. That might be... How would that be the dragon has 3 heads? I mean, if young Griff is a Blackfire, then he would be one of the heads. Would Jon Snow? See, it's hard to think of that, to think of Jon Snow's part in this. Oh, of course, Daemon Snow. That's the Icefire. That's the Icefire. Young Griff is the Blackfire. Daenerys is the Redfire, and Daemon Snow is the Icefire. And the other one, okay. So Aegon had his sister wives, right? And there's this whole thing with gender in Gurm's work that I've criticized quite a lot before, and maybe I'll talk about. But anyway, so Aegon had two wives, two sister wives. Daenerys will have two husbands, you know, aside from oh my goodness, I forget his name. I can't believe I forgot his name. Like, I'm bad with names, okay? And my brain isn't working right now. But she'll have two husbands, Daemon Targaryen and young Griff. And so it'll be a mirror. It'll be a mirror. That's the thing. And so Daemon Targaryen will be one of her dragon riders, and then and young Griff will be the other one. Well, not for the record, not Daemon Targaryen from the House of Dragon. House of Dragon. Daemon Snow. Sorry, that's not. So Daemon Snow and young Griff will be her husbands, and let me see how this. Who? Daemon's? Oh. Yeah. So and I'm wondering, see, there isn't really a lot of hints as to what young Griff's real name is, but he's referred to as Aegon. It could be that he was actually named Aegon Blackfire. And so Daemon and Aegon and Daenerys, but that's aside from the point. But yeah, so Daemon Snow, young Griff, and Daenerys Targaryen. And that will be those will be the three heads of the dragon. The Blackfire, the Redfire, and the Icefire. And like I said, those will be her dragon riders. There was something else. So who would be the Dark Sister, though? So that's something about Aegon, is that so the reason why that sword is called Dark Sister is because it was wielded by one of Aegon's wives, and she was known as Dark Sister. And I'm wondering if Daemon Snow would be. See, right now we don't know. Is because Daemon Snow. That's just what I'm gonna call Jon Snow from now on, is Daemon Snow. He hasn't been brought back yet in the books. So we don't know what he's going to be like after he gets revived. It's definitely not going to be the exact same character that he was before. That's not how revival works in A Song of Ice and Fire. You don't just get resurrected and yeah, it's the same. It fundamentally changes you. It takes away a part of you. That's why Lady Stoneheart is such a dark character. Anyway, that's aside from the point. I'm ranting about something that has nothing to do with this. No. That's not how it's gonna be. He's gonna when a character is resurrected by the Lord of Light, they're known as a fire white, which is kind of like a white, but it's different. First of all, they have independent thought and all that kind of stuff. It does take away a piece of them, but I mean, it's like Beric Dondarrion, and again, Lady Stoneheart. If you read the books, she is she's a much darker character than she was before she was resurrected. So Jon Snow is there's definitely going to be a change in him. It's just we're not sure what it is. Ice preserves, but fire consumes. The fact that fire consumes is probably why. The fact that fire consumes is probably why that it takes a piece of them to revive. Anyway, no, I'm moving on. I gotta get through this so that we can take the break. How did they taste? Are they really that good?
Rather awful. Though they were not completely devoid of sweet fragrance. After consuming a large quantity of them, bitterness is all that remains.
So, how come you chow down on these and barely touch the restaurant food? If Paimon had enough Mora, Paimon would go to the fanciest restaurant in town and order a whole table of food and eat it all in one go.
Because I'm not sure whether I will remain here in the future. The food of the mortal realm is most delicious, but should I return to the mountains, yearning for the food here shall only pose an obstacle to my continued spiritual development. Sampling each dish in order to appreciate its taste is enough.
Return to the mountains. That proves it. Paimon knew she was an adeptus.
Oh, is she a Taoist immortal cultist? Immortality cultist?
What are your plans from here?
Or kind of a version of that?
Paimon almost forgot. We came out to take part in the Rebuild the Jade Chamber competition. And now we're probably super behind because we've been held up for so long.
I see. I heard something about the contest when I was passing by.
Yep! You get to ask Ningguang any question you want if you win! Were you interested in the contest too, Shenhe?
I came for the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber, but until this point I had no intention of joining a contest. However, you have shown me your kindness, and I would now like to lend you my assistance. Oh, don't worry. I ask for nothing in return.
Wow! You really don't have to. But having an Adeptus help out will make things a whole lot easier, so...
We'll welcome you to our team.
I have a plan.
Great! Paimon bets this is gonna be the awesomest plan ever!
I am not sure whether or to what extent this plan can be classified as awesome. I do, however, believe it will be highly effective. We simply need to dispose of everyone who is currently ahead of us. Then, we alone shall become the victors.
Veto! That is not acceptable!
But I hear that competition is in essence about conflict and one-upmanship.
Look, we want to win this competition fair and square, okay?
Through murder.
Millionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils. Let's start at the top of the list and work down. So, for Plostrite...
I was wondering who I could hear arguing over there. So, it's you.
Thank you? What are you doing out here?
Lady Ning.
Murder is not an answer, it's a question.
Large batch of wound dressing. We're running low at the
And
store.
the answer is yes.
I came out to fetch the ingredients personally.
Huh? How come Lady Ningguang needs so much wound dressing all of a sudden?
I'm not too sure. I did hear she's looking to rebuild the Jade Chamber. Maybe for its first aid on site? I didn't ask, though. Far be it from me to pry into my customers' personal affairs. Oh, and she also borrowed Chi-Chi. Meaning Boo Boo Pharmacy is very short-handed right now. I don't suppose any of you are looking for part-time work by any chance?
No, No, we've got other stuff to do. While you're here though, you seem to know a lot. Have you ever heard of something called Sunset Vermilionite?
Ah, the variety of plostrite used in the Jade Chamber, yes? There is some mention of it in the Seven Mountain Treatises. When activated, Sunset Vermilionite rises up all the way into the clouds. It's very rare indeed. As far as the records show, virtually all Sunset Vermilionite in existence has been mined and taken possession of. But the Feiyun Commerce Guild would know far more about this than I do.
Okay then, let's go ask at the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Thanks, Baiju.
You're quite welcome. Good luck to you all. And if there's anything further you need from me, just come to the Boo Boo Pharmacy.
Alright, I think this is probably going to be quite the long quest. So, gosh darn it, we're so much further away from Inazuma than I had hoped. So I'm gonna take my break now. I don't need it quite as bad as I did last week, because I do have a new chair. But you can't hear it wiggle, but it's a new chair. And, oh my goodness, it's so nice. It is so nice to actually be sitting in a chair that is made with quality rather than the cheapest plywood they could find. Anyway, I'm gonna take my break now. I'll be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Or go somewhere and take a break yourselves as well. That's probably a good idea. And then, yeah, come back.
Rest assured, the Qixing's top priority is the people's well-being.
I wasn't waiting for you. I just happened to be resting. Lizardtail, Pepper, Starconch. What else do I need to create the most dreadfully disgusting cocktail? That stretch feels good. Lizard tail, pepper, star conch. What else do I need to create the most dreadfully disgusting cocktail? That stretch feels good. Lizard tail, pepper, star conch. What else do I need to create the most dreadfully disgusting cocktail? That stretch feels good. I wasn't waiting for you. I just happened to be resting. Lizard tail, pepper, star conch. What else do I need to create the most dreadfully disgusting cocktail? That stretch feels good. I wasn't waiting for you. I just happened to be resting. That stretch feels good.
Well, hello there, Pink. How goes the day? Right. That's, I think we're supposed to go this way. Check out my new team. What do you think? Wait, what? Which way am I supposed to go? Okay, there we go. It's meh. Yeah, I know you like Razor. You dang furry.
Master Xingqiu, thank goodness you're finally back.
Oh, hey, look, it's the guy.
Oh, why do I detect an urgency in your voice?
The guild has had a whole string of strange orders in recently. Everyone's been completely caught off guard. Your father gave me specific instructions to ask you to stay and help out if I happen to see you.
I see. Have someone sort the orders by type for now. I'll deal with them myself shortly.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Master. With you on the job, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
Hey, Xingqiu! Glad you're here. We want to ask you for some information.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait a moment. Shu, I need to entertain some guests. Please continue with your work for the time being, and we'll discuss the matter of the guild's orders in more detail later on.
Understood, Master Xingqiu. Then I will leave you in peace.
I wasn't counting on finding you here today. What's going on? And how, pray tell, may I be of service?
Xingqiu, have you ever heard of Sunset Vermilionite?
Oh, I see. So you've entered Lady Ningguang's contest as well.
As well? Do you mean...
The truth is, the Feiyun Commerce Guild is in possession of some Sunset Vermilionite, but only one piece. We are holding it on behalf of someone who has asked us to put it up for auction, and a lot of interested parties have already come to us inquiring about the price. At the end of the day, it all comes down to supply and demand. In this case, I'm guessing the final transaction price may be in excess of 500 million mora.
500 million?!
I don't think I can afford that. That would take quite a while to collect.
Honestly, I would recommend that you don't bother bidding on this one. The price is greatly inflated, and it's just not worth it.
But without any Sunset Vermilionite...
Don't panic. I don't suppose you ever heard of Sea Gazer?
Who?
Never heard of them.
Oh, Sea Gazer was once very close to Mountain Shaper, but if I am not mistaken, he has already passed away.
Yes, precisely. I didn't know anyone else knew about him. According to records of drifting clouds, Sea Gazer once built an abode to store his rarest and most exquisite treasures, among which was some sunset
So
vermilion.
we're robbing from the dead then.
After Sea Gazer passed, the abode was abandoned, and its location was lost to time. Luckily, I came into possession of a stack of folk history books just recently. They make some oblique references to this lost abode, and after cross-referencing them against each other, I'm now fairly certain that it is situated.
Let me know when you come back. I'm gonna tell you about the reasons I'm using Racer.
But is it really okay for us to just go and take his treasure? Wouldn't it be a little, you know, disrespectful with him being an Adeptus?
You needn't worry. As far as I understand, Sea Gazer was very open-minded. Even while he was alive, he wouldn't have let something like this bother him.
Open-minded? I have not heard of Sea Gazer being described in this way before. May I ask where you read that?
Just a rumor I heard out in the mountains. All right then, let's go.
Her master is Sea Gazer. Calling it now. And that's why she's got the water powers.
Something about this young lady that reminds me of a good friend of mine. Oh, I almost forgot. Adepti abodes tend to have very ingenious designs, especially when it comes to their defense mechanisms. Plus, it's likely to be crawling with monsters after being abandoned for so long. So please, be very careful.
Okay, we will be. Thanks, Xingqiu.
Alright. Let me just confirm that I need to be doing this. Yeah, no. I still need to do this. Okay.
Let's see. Xingqiu said it should be around here, but Paimon doesn't see anything.
This place was hidden using special Adepti art. But now that I have removed it, we can inspect the area more closely.
Wow, that's amazing! Yep, let's take another look around. Hey, look! Is that a new Sealy over there?
Looks a little frantic. What you need, little buddy? Little buddy, little friend.
I'm here. The Sealy got to here and then disappeared. Should we go?
Okay. We have all of those elements. Huzzah.
Weren't we at a waterfall just now? How did we suddenly?
An Adeptus abode, like in the with the teapot.
So many clouds. It feels like we're high up in the sky.
I believe this is the abode of that Adeptus. With any luck, the sunset vermilionite we're looking for should be in here.
Really? Let Paimon see. Huh? Isn't that the Sealy from before?
How can you tell?
Look, it's gone and snuck beneath the clouds. And now that Paimon takes a closer look, the rocks and trees here don't seem complete. Oh, could there be something below the clouds?
Do you think, Shinha?
These are not real clouds. They are the product of an Adepti art used for spatial partitioning. If we want to go down, we must first destroy the mechanism that is maintaining the Adepti art.
All right, then let's do it.
I sense the presence of monsters in this place. I don't know where they are hiding, so we'd better be careful.
So let me tell you. So I decided that I needed an archer and a claymore user for the team. Hey, she's a spear user. Nice.
Unleash!
And she has 2 charges of her E ability. Now that I can get behind. Let me go ahead and see if maybe we can charge this up. Is she? Yeah, she's ice. Interesting. So we don't have a whole lot of options as far as that goes. As far as claymore users go, it was pretty much just Razor and that Southern Rocker chick. How do we get across? Do we have to climb a tree and glide over? Anyway, can I actually climb things, please? Is that like the downside of her? Is that she can't climb things? Yeah, apparently. Oh. Okay, thank you, Zyru. Anyway, thank you, Pink. I'm sorry I didn't read what you were saying. I was a little too distracted with it. Anyway, so yeah, it was either the Southern Rocker Lady or Razor, and we already have a fire user in Bennett Foddy. So that was not really an option. Now we do have another. We do have another whatchamacallit? Claymore user now, and she's also electric, so that's kind of interesting. So that's so I don't know, I might check her out and see how I like her abilities, although I am actually really liking Razor's stuff. Razor's kit, especially his ultimate, and it charges ridiculously fast too. And then for the archers, there was Amber, and again we already have someone for fire. Collet, which I mean, that's
Obey.
She's the dendrite one. Or, yeah, whatever. Dendro. She's the Dendro archer. I'm not opposed to using her, but I'm not really familiar with the Dendro combinations. But worse, the issue is that we wouldn't have a healer then. Or otherwise I would have to replace either Bennett Foddy or Yuánshén for Barbara. So that's why I went with the Diana and Razor. And so we'll see. Okay. Well, now I know.
It appears that we've been taken for intruders. This time, why not allow me to take care of this?
My will embodied. Do your master's bidding.
Let me guess, Shinha is a 5-star character?
Unleash.
Because, boy, does she certainly seem like it. I would certainly be willing to rework my team if I got her. I'll tell you that.
core of the mechanism is exposed. Now's our chance.
Now's my chance. I also don't mind the spinny attack thing now that I've got like a whole lot more stamina. It does a decent amount of damage. But yeah, Razor's ultimate charges like super fast, and what I can do is I can ultimate with Bennett Foddy, and then just sit in Bennett Foddy's ultimate while I'm ultimating with Razor, and it just does a ton of damage.
Whoa, we're gonna fall!
Did you forget that we have a glider, as apparently the main character does every single time that that there's a cutscene?
Disappeared beneath the clouds again.
I can also ultimate with Diana and
Let's destroy the guard mechanism.
do that. Although I gotta say, I do much prefer Barbara as a healer. Just, it works better. She works much better as a healer than Diana does. Why I did that?
Take your true form. By ordinance divine.
Level 65. Oh, what in the world is going on here? That's her ultimate, never mind. I was wondering what the heck was going on. I thought we were taking damage.
Strike is one. Can't handle your drink.
Tainari? Which one is Tainari again?
Everybody stand back. Let's observe.
Okay. And I believe I saw on your Twitter feed that, and all the stuff that you posted on Discord, or was it? Anyway, that Ventai is gonna be coming up again in the special event thing. I'm probably gonna hit my my pity when he comes up. I thought that the Claymore was gonna be faster, but no. He's gonna be in the next update on a hey banner.
We're gonna fall. This time we're really gonna fall. So high. Luckily there was a pool of water at the bottom. Otherwise that could have ended.
Okay, first of all, water does not break your fall from that high up. It kills you. Second of all, we had a glider.
Let's catch up with it. Huh. Something looks different about this stone wall. Let's take a closer look.
Interesting. So this is a block sliding puzzle. I've played enough Legend of Zelda games to be able to do these. Won't budge an inch, huh? Oh, here's another one. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. Well, yes, but I'm talking about IRL. IRL, we'd be dead, except that we have the glider, so it's okay. This way? Okay. So that's it for the block puzzles. Maybe Shenhe can do more damage. It's a 5-star. Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Oops.
Do your master's bidding.
I'm so bad at doing the switch into the trial character.
Observe. Your grand finale. On a rock. And leap.
I keep trying to switch to her and it doesn't work because I accidentally pressing 4. Alright, see ya, Pink. I hope the day improves for you.
Obey. And step.
Okay.
Let's light it up. Ow. Yeah.
I taste blood.
Get back. Look at you, Boo down. And step.
So the healing is working somewhat, but it's still not nearly as good as Barbara's healing.
It's gonna hurt in the morning. Everybody stand back. Observe.
Okay, no, get out of there. Get out of. Okay, that's just.
Thank you. And good night.
Can I please leave? I want to leave. Please let me leave. I want to leave. Let me leave. This is no. This is illegal.
It's gonna hurt in the morning.
I'm being bullied so hard.
Cryo incarnate. Manifest. Off we go.
Oh my gosh.
Adventure.
adventure time.
Jerks.
Let's light it up.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. I can tell you this would not have happened under Barbara's. Watch. 100% guaranteed would not have happened. Alright, let me go ahead. Oh, that's right. I can't change because I'm in a dungeon right now. Please tell me I don't have to fight a boss monster at the end of all this.
Look, over there! Could that be the Sunset Vermilionite?
Maybe. Maybe I have to fight a boss monster in order to get it. We'll see. Well, I'm glad I was able to bring you home to your friend. You two have fun together.
Is this it? Is this the Sunset Vermilionite? It's so huge!
It needs to be big to get the whole Jade Chamber airborne.
True, but then again, why isn't it floating?
Because it hasn't been activated
It
yet.
doesn't float until it's activated. It may look different from most ordinary stones, but it weighs around the same amount. Only after being activated does Plostrite reveal its true nature, breaking free from the shackles of the mortal realm and ascending up into the heavens.
Wow, Shenhe, you seem to know everything about this.
Only because my master is fond of chatting about these things. The moment she has some time to spare, she'll come straight for me and start telling story after story. I don't care for her stories most of the time. I certainly didn't expect them to ever come in handy like this.
I wonder who this master is.
Hold on a sec. Paimon just realized something. If we activate it here, there's no way we'll be able to get it back to the site, right? Heck, we'll be dragged up into the sky too! But if we don't activate it, how else are we gonna lift it? This rock must weigh well over 1,000 pounds, surely!
Don't worry. I can handle the weight quite easily.
Are you sure? Be careful.
Please don't worry. I'm well aware that a Plostrite sample this large must be highly valuable. I will be gentle with it and make sure it does not get damaged.
I meant you, Sean. It's your safety you have to be careful of.
My safety.
That's right! Paimon's sure you can handle it and everything, but if something this heavy lands on you, you're gonna get yourself hurt, no matter who you are. You gotta be extra careful when lifting heavy objects. It's just common sense!
Is it now? Well then, thank you. I'll go on ahead with the Plostrite. Let's meet at the building site later.
How was Shenhe able to carry that huge rock all by herself? Adepti super strength much? We can't slow down yet. Let's go meet her at the building site.
Let's go get healed first, please. But yeah, this is why I need to upgrade Diana's healing, because I mean, to be fair, yeah, there was issues other than that, but yeah, anyway. Oh, Geo Archon, Rex Lapis. whose identity is pure mystery to me. Thank you. Thank goodness. There's no restoring this past land of beauty. What is this? Whistle this thing? Whistle this thing? Ay, ay, ay. You know, I was planning on this being a 4-hour stream, but so with how long it's taking, it might actually have to be a 6-hour one. You know, I wanted to get to the store, get that taken care of ASAP. Oh, I just want to get to Inazuma.
I'm here.
Also, I want to shoot boars in the face. That's actually another reason why I wanted to get an archer character. Other than just being able to have a ranged character that does physical damage.
How can she lift that massive rock all by herself? She's got to be one of those adepti, surely.
Oh, mighty Adeptus, please give me your blessing. So
I can't believe my eyes.
reap a more bountiful salary.
This is top tier in size and quality, and the condition it's in is quite simply immaculate. Congratulations, this item is approved for submission. I'm going to award you full marks for the Sunset Vermilionite item. May I take your name?
My name isn't important. I'm not even here to compete. I was just delivering this for some other people. They should be here any minute now.
Shenhe, and Ningguang's little helper.
Ah, so you're the
Ningguang's
ones
a little
behind
helper
this.
that
No wonder.
likes Ningguang a little bit too much.
Talent turns in the rarest plastrite specimen. But I have to correct you on one point. It's not helper, it's secretary.
Okay then, Miss Secretary, what do you think of the rock we found? Pretty amazing, right?
In truth, it is the finest piece of plastrite we have received so far. If everything goes according to plan, we will use this piece in the foundation of the Jade Chamber, which will enable us to proceed to the next stage of construction. As a side note, Lady Ningguang has rented some dwellings in the nearby area to serve as accommodations for the contestants. If you need a place to rest, you are welcome to stay there. Now,
Oh good, I can't wait to go to sleep and wake up to find a knife in my back.
Shenhe, Shenhe, just now on the way over, pretty much everyone was singing your praises.
Oh, really?
What kind of reaction is that? So strange. Aren't you happy about it? Whenever Paimon gets praised, Paimon can't help but hold her head up high and break into a big smug smile.
I've had similar compliments before. They call me an adeptus, treat me with great deference and respect, as if I'm set apart from the common folk.
Yeah, 'cause that's how adepti are. At least the ones we've met are pretty unique and reclusive, too. Way different than normal people.
But I am not...
Shenhe?
Are you alright?
I'm fine. I've been exerting myself quite a lot ever since we set foot in that abode. I'm just a little fatigued.
Patro fatigue?
Byron said that there are some makeshift hotels we can use, right? Let's go check in and take a rest.
No need. I simply need to find myself a secluded place in the wilderness to sit and meditate in silence.
You can't do that. It's dangerous out in the wild on your own. When you're hungry, you go eat something tasty. And when you're tired, you go lie down in a nice,
Eat when hungry, sleep when tired, offer a joss stick and practice meditation.
yourself like this.
Guest accommodations are far more comfortable than the wilderness. I don't think you understand.
If you insist.
Great! we're talking. Let's head to our hotel.
Lying in my bedroom, my clock ticks, I think of you. Turning in circles, confusion is nothing new. Flashback to warm nights, almost left behind. Suitcase of memory, time after time.
Checking in, are we? You're just in time. We only have 2 rooms left. Since this was chosen as the building site for the new Jade Chamber, we've had a constant stream of people in this area. And not just workers either. Visitors, business people, tea sellers, all sorts. So, business is booming for me today. Very few vacancies. You're lucky you got here when you did.
Great!
One of your rooms is still being cleaned. I guess it should be ready within the hour. The other room is just at the door on the left. Here are your keys. All right. Hope you enjoy your stay. Please excuse me, I'll leave you to it.
Shenhe, you should go get some rest. We'll hang around outside until the other room's ready.
You know, having worked at a hotel, I appreciate the fact that
One of the guests walk in with
Paimon didn't yell about the fact that the room wasn't ready when we checked in. Just saying. I appreciate that.
Save it for breakfast tomorrow.
All right. I will head to my room for now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to disturb me. I'm a light sleeper. I will hear if you knock on the door.
Have a good rest, Shen, huh?
See you tomorrow.
Hey, isn't that Cloud Retainer? What's she doing here?
Oh, she's Shenhe's master.
Let's go and say hi.
Really wish that I unlocked Ravioli's Gale. Would be nice. Make things like this a lot easier.
One trusts you have met Shenhe. So, are you getting along quite well?
So far, so good. Yeah. So, you know Shenhe too, Cloud Retainer?
Naturally. Save for Ganyu, who spends the majority of her time in Liyue Harbor. All the Adepti living today are acquainted with Shenhe to some degree.
Cool. So, what's her Adeptus name anyway? Calling her Shenhe feels kind of friendly, but also kind of disrespectful. So Paimon's thinking maybe it'd be better if we called her by her Adeptus name instead.
Her Adeptus name? Why, pray tell, would Shenhe have an Adeptus name?
Don't all Adepti have a special title they go by?
On this latter point, you are correct. However, Shenhe is human.
Shock! Like it wasn't
Oh, right.
playing to this, like, very obviously. I thought so.
You knew already?
I mean, yeah, they were saying that. She was saying that.
Only one who didn't know.
Do you mean to say that she presents differently from ordinary human beings?
Well, to start with, her problem-solving methods are extremely direct.
Eats medicinal herbs as food.
It was like this all those years ago when one first met her. In this respect, she has
She's
not changed.
insanely strong.
One first found Shenhe by chance in a cave. One was passing by and sensed the presence of a god's remains. Being of an ever-vigilant disposition, one entered immediately to inspect the scene. Inside was Shenhe, then aged around 6 years old. In her hand, she held a dagger with which she was confronting a monster that was the god's remains incarnate.
That sounds so dangerous.
When one arrived, she had already been locked in confrontation with this monster for several days. Most mortal children are fragile, both physically and mentally, and are highly reliant on their parents for survival, but not so her. That she was able to endure such terrible danger was due not only to her strong willpower, but also to the bloodlust homicidal instinct with which she was born.
Oh, that's right. She did talk about eliminating those people.
The monster, yet she still refused to lower her guard. She even pointed her dagger in one's direction and remained ready to strike. Only after she was satisfied that one had no intention to cause her harm did she finally relent. She then passed out without uttering a single word.
In other words, if you hadn't passed by that day, Shenhe might have...
Not necessarily. Upon one's arrival, one could sense that the god's wrath was gradually receding. Even had the stalemate continued, one suspects that Shenhe may have still emerged the victor of the confrontation.
That's still so dangerous, though. Why was a tiny little kid battling against the wrath of a god in the first place?
Alas, the mortal world is rife with suffering of every kind, and she had experienced her fair share of this, even at a tender age. Seeing that she was homeless, one decided to adopt her.
So when Shenhe talks about her master, she means...
Indeed. It is one to whom she refers. Shenhe has an extraordinary constitution, making her well adapted to practicing the Adepti arts. All the Adepti cherished her talents, and so we were willing to train her. However, her homicidal urges did not subside with age. Rather, they grew stronger day by day.
The homicidal urges.
A divination for her. He declared that her fate is to bear the curse of calamity. Consumed by malevolent energy, she is prone to bring harm to those around her. Such is the magnitude of the danger this poses, that her soul must be bound with red ropes to keep her homicidal instinct at bay. The red ropes have indeed served to keep her calmer and more content. They also seem to have rendered her somewhat inexpressive. Perhaps the red ropes are so powerful that they have suppressed some of her other emotions as well. It is only by fate that people's paths may cross. Now that Shenhe's path has crossed with yours, please be sure to treasure the gift that fate has given you, and take good care of her.
Oh, now Paimon gets it. You came out here to check up on Shenhe because you were worried about her, didn't you?
Huh. You dare draw such a facile conclusion on the nature of one's present excursion? Incorrect. The truth is that while Liyue Harbor may seem peaceful today, danger is always lurking in the shadows. Ningguang once made a bold assertion that this is to be the era of the contract between Liyue and the humans. Well, one is most curious to observe how she will respond to the coming storm. If she handles it admirably, one is willing to be a witness to her achievements. But if she does not, the Adepti shall not hesitate to seize control. Let us conclude our conversation here for today. One has occupied enough of your time, and night is approaching. Be sure to get ample rest.
Or a bomb ready to go off.
just grew up around the Adepti.
I mean,
Oh, no wonder she
doesn't seem to be a normal human, though.
having everyone
No matter how you look at it.
themselves to show their respect all the time must be kind of hard to deal with.
Okay, we'll just stand guard here. Make sure nobody kills her in her sleep. What time? 8 to 12, right?
Hey, so Shenhua,
Filled with
Master has
alcohol
relayed the
stuff.
situation to you, I take it.
oh, how did you know?
For brewing alcohol.
I'd intended to wait until you came back before going to sleep, but I didn't hear you come in. I was worried that something may have happened to you, so I went outside to check and caught sight of my master. On top of this, you have been acting very strangely around me this morning, causing me to suspect that my master must have told you everything about me. After all, Master is very talkative.
Very fitting for this quest line.
This whole time, but it turns out Paimon was wrong.
It's okay. I don't mind. The fault is mine for not explaining everything to you sooner, because in my experience, trying to explain is a futile pursuit. Still, though you mistook me for an Adeptus, you never treated me as distant and unapproachable. Instead, you treated me as you would a friend. For this, I am very grateful indeed.
To be fair, we've met our fair share of real Adepti, too. Anyway, now it's settled. From now on, you're our friend. Whether you're an Adeptus or a human isn't the important thing. First and foremost, we're just plain old friends.
Got it. Although I don't know quite what it entails in terms of what I have to do, I must say I like the title Friend very much indeed.
Aww.
Well, now that we're all rested up, we should start searching for the other 2 items on the list. But before we do that, let's go to the building site and ask Ningguang's little helper how the progress is going.
Ningguang's secretary.
Sunset Vermilionite is so rare. Paimon doubts many competitors will really be able to find any. If it turns out some of them have given up already, we'll be able to take things a little more slowly. Oh, and another thing. We bought some grilled chicken drumsticks on the way back last night. There was a place just outside. Here's one for you, Shenhua. Try it. They're so good.
I concur. It has a rich flavor, far more agreeable than those I've cooked for myself in the wilderness in the past.
I like Paimon and Shenhe's friendship.
Look! The Jade Chamber is floating into the sky! But it seems to be tied down by something.
That's because it's not finished.
Hey, Byron! And hey! People Paimon does...
Hey, look, it's Yuánshén.
Given the enormous scale...
How doesn't she know Yuánshén?
We split the construction work into 2 phases to make sure the structure remains balanced. Before we find some suitable plastrite, we build the Jade Chamber's keel at ground level. Once the plastrite is ready, we place it into the keel and let the partially constructed Jade Chamber rise up to the height of the surrounding mountain peaks. The remainder of the construction work is then carried out at that altitude. Once everything is ready, we release the iron tethers and allow the Jade Chamber to rise to its target altitude.
Miss Bywin, we've brought some new materials to submit.
One moment, I'll be right there. The construction work has only been able to progress this rapidly thanks to the plastrite provided by you. Lady Ningguang is most grateful and looks forward to seeing more of your work.
Wow, can't believe you sourced the plastrite so quickly. It's the key piece of the puzzle. Looks like you beat us to the punch. Wait, I know you. you're the one who fought against the Pte and Osile, right? Oh, sure enough, your reputation precedes you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Beto, captain of the Crux.
Beto? Are you here to join the Jade Chamber contest too?
Sure am. I happened to get my hands on a chunk of Sunset Vermilionite on a voyage a while back, so I figured I'd bring it over.
Huh. So even though it's rare, we're not the only ones who managed to get a hold of it.
Oh, I've got some introductions to do. This is the renowned Miss Yun, or Yuánshén, probably the most famous figure in the Liyue opera scene.
Greetings.
These two are Paimon and the Traveler. I'm sure you've heard of them before. And this is... sorry, I'm not sure we've met.
Shenhe. I am their... friend.
Good to meet you. Well, from today on, I guess all of us are friends. Miss Yun is also here for the contest. Turns out she needed to borrow a boat, so we came together.
It's an honor to finally meet you both. I've heard much about you. Miss Shenhe, though we are only meeting for the first time, I have a feeling that we will get along very well indeed. To be honest with you all, I am in great need of this opportunity to ask Lady Ningguang a question. That's why I joined the contest. Thanks to my father's connections, I was able to acquire a specimen of the plastrite required. Fortunately, it was approved for submission, despite being a little on the diminutive side. Wow! So it looks like the three of us are competitors now! Excuse me for prying, Miss Shenhe, but are you competing as well?
No, I don't have any questions for Ningguang. I just wanted to help him win.
In that case,
Hey,
proposal to make.
heck, fire soldier.
Ningguang said that the first three
It's
to procure all three
taking a
materials
while.
will be awarded the chance to ask a question. Well, there are 3 teams here. We can split the prize between us. Instead of competing against each other, we could work together to secure the top 3 places between us. What do you think? Sounds great, but how does it change things exactly?
I think I see where you're going with this, Miss Yun. The plastrite was the most difficult item to source by a long shot. Luckily, all 3 of us managed to get our hands on it. The 2 remaining items aren't quite so rare, so as long as one of us finds a way to source it, the other 2 can hop on the bandwagon. How'd I do? Is that what you had in mind?
Precisely.
Huh. Interesting approach.
Okay.
I mean, it beats murder.
I'll go first. I have some leads on these wonder cores. From what I've heard, the core itself is really not that difficult to make. The hard part is getting hold of the ore used as raw materials. I'm gonna head back to the ship and ask Suling if he's heard of them. You guys...
We will head into town and seek advice from Master Zhang of Hanfeng's Ironmongers. Thoughts?
You can trust Master Chong's smithing skills. That sounds good.
Wonderful. We'll split into teams then, and whoever makes progress first brings all of us a step closer to victory. I'm gonna take off. See you later.
So let me guess, Beidou is who brings us to Inazuma.
Let's go! By the way, what question are you gonna ask Ningguang Yunjin? I'm looking for a venue to host the performance of our new opera. Lady Ningguang has excellent judgment, so I would like to hear her opinion. Ooh, what's the opera called? Paimon wants to go see it. The opera is a labor of love by my father. He wrote it based on a popular urban legend about an evil spirit and an adeptus. It's called The Divine Damsel of Devastation.
Urban legend, huh? I heard that the reason why you say break a leg is because it's considered bad luck to say good luck. Like, it's kind of like saying, oh, today's going really well today, and then, you know, everything goes terribly. Or, things couldn't get any worse, and that's why you're supposed to, like, knock on wood when you do that, is to appease the spirits of irony. Well... Oops. Well, when you say good luck in... You know, in theater, that's you know, the spirits of irony will curse you. So you say break a leg instead. Now, see, I heard the reason why people say bless you is because it was believed that the devil could enter your nose when you sneezed. I don't know.
Ah, hello. Are you here for something off the shelf, or do you need something forged?
Excuse me, Master Zhang. We were wondering if you'd heard of something called a Wonder Core.
Of course I have. Sorry, who's asking?
My name is Yuánshén. Perhaps you don't know me, but I believe that you forged some weaponry for my father in the past, for stage use.
Yuánshén? Stage use? Oh, so you must be Miss Yoon. Sorry, my brain's finally caught up. It's not used to doing much beyond bashing a hammer all day. Everyone's heard of you, Miss Yoon. Even folks who don't make it to the opera all that often. Like myself. So, you're here to ask about Wonder Cores, huh? As it happens, I do know how to make them. Matter of fact, I made some for Lady Ningguang back when she was building the original Jade Chamber. The types of ore needed to make Wonder Cores are a little hard to come by. Lady Ningguang supplied them herself last time. I don't suppose you've brought any yourselves?
No, we were gonna ask you what kinds of ore we need.
Sure. Well, you'll need two kinds. Star Splinter Iron and Subrosium. If I remember correctly, Lady Ningguang sourced her Star Splinter Iron from the Mount Tianheng area. They say it resonates with visions. It could take some work, but if you stick with it, you'll find some eventually. As for the Subrosium, though, that's trickier. It's all but unheard of on the market.
Then where do we start?
I'm really not sure. Sorry. What I've heard is that the people around Mount Tianheng have some sort of magic trick that can pinpoint the location of the stuff. Of course, it's probably just hearsay. If you want my advice, start by looking for Star Splinter Iron around Mount Tianheng. And if you run into any locals, ask them a few questions about Subrosium.
Mount Tianheng.
Maybe what I'll do...
Funnily enough, the story of the divine damsel of devastation also takes place on that mountain. I hear the view there is quite spectacular. A favorite destination of the Adepti, in fact. Perhaps it can give me some inspiration. Let's not delay. We should head straight there.
Makes sense. I think what I might do is, if this takes longer than, say, 5 hours, I was thinking what I might do, and I was thinking, yeah, I might just, like, eat out tonight, and then go to the store tomorrow. But maybe what I'll do is, if this takes longer than, like, 5 hours,
Father as a child. I remember
I'll finish the quest up tomorrow. I'll do a stream and finish the quest up tomorrow.
This is quite a trip down memory lane for me.
I wanted tomorrow to be a day off so that I could get other things done, but
And the gently flowing
apparently not.
streams. It's like setting foot in paradise. No wonder the legend of the divine damsel of devastation is said to have taken place here. Adepti wander oft where mortals seldom stride. Indeed, this looks like a place that one might expect to be frequented by Adepti.
The Divine Damsel of Devastation is your upcoming opera, right? And the story takes place in Mount Tianheng. Huh. Seems like you have a real connection with this place. What's the story about, though?
It's the story of a girl becoming a hero.
Cool. A hero story? They're Paimon's favorite.
The legend first arose in this area. It is said that there used to be a prosperous village on the mountain. In that village, there was a loving couple who were completely devoted to one another. One day, a terrifying monster appeared. The wife was out collecting herbs and was captured by the monster. Her husband was so distraught at the news that it broke his spirit and drove him to madness. The vile and vicious monster told the villagers, "If you want to live, you must sacrifice a child to me."
What a nasty piece of work. Paimon sure hopes this monster gets put in its place.
But the monster was so terrible and so strong that all within the village were terrified of it. They had no choice but to give in to the monster's demand. Just while they were discussing whose child would be given over to the monster, a little girl suddenly stood up and came forward.
No! Don't do it, little girl!
Unbeknownst to anybody else, she was concealing an exorcist's blade. She approached the monster's lair, feigning fear and trepidation. When she finally arrived, she courageously drew her sword and entered into a fierce struggle with the monster, from which she eventually emerged as the victor. Her extraordinary
Shenhe's just sitting there like, ah, yeah, I remember that.
of the Adepti, and they took her as one of their own. Her story became the stuff of legends. But alas, the paths of mortals and Adepti seldom cross, and she would never again re-enter the mortal world. And so, destined to grace the mortal realm for but a brief moment, she vanished like a wisp of smoke into thin air. That's how the opera ends.
I really like this story. But I personally think that perhaps the little girl was not as brave as the opera makes her out to be. I'm not sure she deserves all the praise she is given.
Oh,
Like it. Before. Opera is always an interpretation of the events it purports to portray. A certain degree of deviation from the truth is always inevitable. When my father wrote the script for
See, that's something that's important to remember.
his intention was to inspire his audience with the character of the divine damsel.
I think it's a great story. The ideal story.
Well, it sure inspired Paimon! Let's go get ourselves some Star Splinter Iron! Yeah!
Paimon, calm yourself. Alright. I could have sworn I saw some... Yeah, there's some stuff on the side. Geosigils. Yay, geosigils. We need quite a few of these. My goodness. It's always these things.
Pew pew!
Listen, just leave me alone, okay? That's all you had to do.
Off we go! And step!
Maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Let's light it up.
Not when I've got an archer on my team. Okay. Pop you like the big balloon yar. Alright, I mean, hey, well, so I'm supposed to be using elemental vision, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Is this it? Is it this? Yes. Oh, there's some geosigils over here. Oh, there it is.
Star Splinter Iron. Now we just need to find that Subrosium.
I think I saw a village on our way here. Master Zhang said we should ask the locals for help. Why don't we try there?
Hey,
Just
there is someone here.
one person.
Looks like you were right. Excuse us, sir. Can we ask you something? Huh. He didn't seem to catch that.
Hello, sir. We were just passing by and wanted to ask if you happen to know anything about Subrosium.
Is he trying to tell us to look for clues in the village? Well, whatever. Guess we're on our own here. Shenhua, Yunjin, let's have a look around.
Sorry, you can go ahead without me. I'd like to have a word with this gentleman.
Oh, that's her father.
Uncle Mingjin.
Oh, no. Okay. Never mind.
It's...
Shenhe.
Shenhe. You're alive. The rumors were true. So, all these years? I'm sorry, I don't know how to find Subrosium, but I think you can find some information in the village. This place is deserted now. No one ever comes here. So you can rummage around all you want.
Huh? You know this guy, Shenhua?
Thank you, kind sir. We'll go and take a look around. Don't worry. Mingjin has no ill intention towards Miss Shenhe. She'll be quite safe.
Okay, then let's see what we can find in this village.
If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. Time after time.
Huh. What's this?
Doctor said you were gravely ill. Don't worry, I'll give you everything I have to save you. My heart bleeds when I see you get. Oh, I'm not reading all that. I'm sorry. The god said her fate was to bear the curse of calamity and that she was prone to bring harm to those close to her. God also said that she might even have been the cause of your death. In that case, I thought I should. I left her in the cave that the god mentioned. 3 days have passed and still no news. I grow restless from waiting, seized by an ominous feeling. I'm sorry, my love. Forgive me. You too, Shenhe. Please, forgive me. How stupid I was. How blind. Let me apologize to both of you, in person. Oh, okay. So, maybe this is the true story of the Divine Damsel of Devastation.
So, Shenhe is the divine damsel?
Did you not pick up on that?
She does behave rather like an adeptus, and she is about the right age. So that's why I've been getting this strangest feeling whenever I chat with her. I should have noticed it earlier. According to this text, the divine damsel from the opera was actually the daughter of the loving couple.
Well, duh!
She didn't volunteer. She was sacrificed to the monster by her own father. Oh, the truth is even more lamentable than the opera. Now I understand why Shenhe said the girl was not as brave as people think. It wasn't her choice to enter that ghastly situation. She was forced into it. Oh, it looks like my father may need to make a few revisions to his beloved opera.
Oh, some core lapis. Let's make sure Pink can't get this. Ha 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 ha! A branch family of exorcists.
Shenhe's father thought he was summoning a benevolent deity using a magic incantation. But in fact, he summoned an evil god's remains, which took the form of a monster. His obsessive yearning for his deceased wife led to a terrible tragedy. The villagers moved away in fear, without ever learning the truth. And now, this place is deserted. Still, I do wonder what the connection is between Shenhe and Mingjin.
I mean, it said the thing, she said uncle, so... I need to start marking these areas that have Sealy courts that I'm not, like, taking advantage of. I'll mark them with the clover. How does that sound? Maybe this? I don't know. I think I'll mark them with that. They're kind of a quest.
Let's have a look over there.
What? I already looked over here. Okay. Maybe it's up here? Oh, there it is.
This is it!
Magic engraved on some subrosia.
We need to go to the middle of the lake south of Mount Tianheng at dusk, and we'll find us some subrosium. Let's go back and tell Shenhua the news.
One year when I was back visiting, I heard a story about a white-haired adeptus from a merchant passing by. I never imagined it was you. I was a very close friend of your father's. I could have stopped him from performing the summoning ritual. I had plenty of chances, but I couldn't bring myself to stand up to him. I just let things happen, let it all escalate. And, well, we all know how that story ended. I bring flowers back here every year. And each time I wish I had a chance to apologize to you.
Apologize for what? If you'd stopped him, he'd only have found another way. There is nothing he wouldn't have done for his true love. Nothing.
Do you still hate him?
I don't know what I feel. I'm told my fate is to bear the curse of calamity, so my master bound my soul with red ropes to curb my aggression. But it also dampened my emotions, making me dispassionate, like the Adepti. So if you ask me how I feel about the past, if I hate my father or not, the truth is, I feel nothing at all.
It must have been so tough for you all these years.
Shenhua, we're back!
Oh, then I will leave you all in peace. Shenhua, it brings me some solace knowing that you are okay. I'll tell you more about the old times next time we meet.
Thanks, mister. We found some info in the end. Shenhua, look! This tells us how to find subrosium. All we gotta do is go to the middle of that lake!
Let's go then.
Miss Shenhe, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Just now, in the village, we found your father's diary. It turns out that many of the details in the Divine Damsel of Devastation are not true to the facts. So I'd like to change them.
Why?
I know I say that opera always deviates from the truth, but now that the main character is standing right here in front of me, I cannot simply dismiss your lived experience in favor of my father's fiction.
It's okay. I like your version.
But,
My master once said that the day I learn how to use my strength for the good of others is the day that I can truly become part of human society. So, I hope that one day I might be brave enough to stand up and protect others, just like the girl in the opera. But I've never thought this way before, and I wonder whether I will continue to think in this way.
Don't worry. I believe you will. In fact, I think maybe you've already started to become the person you aspire to be. You just haven't had the opportunity to see it for yourself yet.
Shenhua! Yunjin! Cut the chit-chat! Let's go! We can't let someone else beat us to it!
Super dramatic situation. Shenhua's traumatic past, and Paimon's just like, listen. Listen, I want my money. Money! It's a gas. Grab that cash with both hands and make a dash. 1730.
I'm hungry.
Hey, there's some.
That's everything we need! Let's head back and report in! Hyman's curious if Beto's made any progress.
So is Betos supposed to be based on Barbados? Well, whatever. She's getting called Barbados Slim from now on.
Oh, goodness.
So, are they okay?
This is some top quality ore you found. I think I'll get a good end product out of these. Guess now it's my time to shine.
Hey everyone, how's the A-team doing? I ran into a bit of a brick wall on my end. Suling's never seen a Wonder Core before, and says it'd take a lot of research for him to get up to speed.
Leave the Wonder Cores to me. I'll work on them while you go about your business. Don't worry. It won't take me too long.
Much obliged, Master Zhang. We should look into the Adepti sigils next. But where should we find items relating to the Adepti?
I'll sort that out.
Oh? You got this then?
Yes. I have been training with the Adepti for years. I know a thing or two about making sigils. When we first met, I told you I came for the Jade Chamber, not the contest. In fact, I came specifically to deliver Adepti sigils. Master heard that Ningguang was planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber, so she sent me to deliver some Adepti sigils to her. Master also said she hoped that I can take this opportunity to rejoin human society. But now that I'm here, I wonder if I've been removed from the world for too long. There's so much basic knowledge that I lack. Maybe it won't work for me to stay here after all. But either way, I'm very glad to have met you. And I'll take care of those Adepti sigils.
Without knowing the ins and outs of your situation, I can't say whether you should stay or not. But now that our paths have crossed, we'll always have a connection. So if you're ever feeling down, come find me on my ship. There'll be a drink waiting for you.
Thank you. So, Master Zhang, I'll need to use your facilities to make the sigils.
Fine by me. I'm actually curious to see how the Adepti arts work. Maybe I'll learn something.
So, Beto,
The sigils are
Barbados,
though they are in
contributed absolutely nothing.
my masters. I can assure you there will be no quality issues.
I've finished forging the things you asked for, too.
Great! Let's go submit them before someone else gets there ahead of us.
Alright, see ya, Heckfire Soldier. Have a nice night, okay? I may end up seeing you tomorrow, depending on how long this takes. Are there any characters that are just, like, innately faster? Because that would be nice. Or that can buff speed, movement speed. Or recover stamina. All of those would be very nice traits that I would appreciate.
Ningguang's little secretary! We found all the materials!
Oh, already? All three of you found them together. Okay, I see. The Wonder Cores and Adepti sigils look good. It seems that we found our winners. I hereby announce that the winners of this material procurement contest are the Traveler, Yuánshén, and Beidou.
What? It's over already? I haven't even found the Plustrite yet!
Where is that accent from?
Close, but so far.
And I mean in game, specifically in Liyue.
Proceed to the Jade Chamber, where Lady Ningguang is waiting for you.
Huh? Where's Beidou? She was right here!
Captain Beidou has some business to attend to. She will join later. Please come with me for now.
Alright then, guess we'll head on up to the Jade Chamber first. This has been a long time coming. The last time we went up to the Jade Chamber was ages ago.
I liked that half a second of gameplay it gave me.
And insert them into the Jade Chamber's control compartment. The construction of the new Jade Chamber is now officially complete. Once the tethers are released, it will soar into the sky.
Well, that was a lot easier than last time.
Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise.
Yeah!
Miss Yuán, I've already heard something about the reason for your involvement. You are looking for a venue for your new opera, aren't you?
That's right. Lady Ningguang, I would like to hear your opinion.
The unveiling of Miss Yuán's grand new opera surely requires a venue of equal grandeur. So what would you say if I proposed that we stage your first performance right here, in the newly built Jade Chamber? The Jade Chamber offers a splendid panoramic view of the mountains and the bustling city. It is fitting for the finest performance to be hosted in the heavens. I can think of no better stage for you than here, Miss Yuán.
Thank you, Lady Ningguang. Then I will prepare my props and other articles shortly. Please allow me to bring all these aboard the Jade Chamber.
You're quite welcome. It's truly what a good opera deserves.
A traveler, Shenhe, Paimon, I'll be leaving now. Do come and see my play when the time comes.
No.
You're next. What is your question? I should clarify. I do not know your sister's whereabouts. Please, don't waste your question on this matter.
Wow, you're a mind reader, Ningguang. Oh well, guess Paimon will ask a question then.
Managing a successful business is not as simple as you might think. Capital, connections, sensitivity to the trends, and instinct for what is a good opportunity. All of these traits are crucial. If you want to know how to make money, I will honor our agreement and give you an answer. But that is not to say that it will work for you.
Wow, Paimon hadn't even asked the question yet.
Your question was written all over your face. Now look, you helped me rebuild the Jade Chamber, and I intend to repay you handsomely for it. So I promise you that should you one day require financial assistance, you may seek employment here. I will pay you at the highest rate of remuneration.
Oh, great! So next time we run out of Moro, we just need to come to Ningguang? No more questions from us. Shenhe, you got a question?
Me?
Yes, this is a group effort.
Thank you. But I don't have anything to ask.
Maybe if you can rejoin
This is a once
human society again.
I'd urge you not to squander it.
Yeah, just don't waste it. Hold on a second. Paimon can probably think of another one.
Lady Ningguang, do you think I can ever fit in Liyue Harbor? Now that is an interesting question. Liyue Harbor is very inclusive. As long as you respect the rules here, you will not be turned away. So, the key is whether or not you yourself can develop a sense of belonging in Liyue Harbor. Oh, a sense of belonging? Yes. To become fond of a place, to feel part of it. it always requires a reason. Perhaps someone you've met, or something you've experienced here. Or perhaps you enjoy the atmosphere of Liyue, and you will become accustomed to it. In short, everyone needs a reason to stay. I hope you can find yours soon. I see.
Hey, what's going on? I just went to see the fleet.
Seems Ningguang passed the test.
Come on, Beidou. It's your turn. Do you have a question for Ningguang?
How to get into Inazuma?
Nah, I ain't got any questions. She forced me to help out, so I figured I may as well get involved with the contest.
And contributed absolutely
I
nothing.
forget what we talked about. It's not gonna be easy to deal with. I don't think my fleet can take it on their own.
Don't worry. I have made preparations. The wound dressings are ready, and the Millilith have set up an ambush.
Glad to hear it. Watch your back. Stay alert.
Beidou? Ningguang? What are you talking about?
You'll see when the Jade Chamber ascends. However, it's not the most pleasant topic of conversation. Maybe it's better that you don't know. When I first set foot in the Jade Chamber, I stood at the edge of the platform and looked down upon Liyue Harbor far below. At that time, I dreamed that one day the Jade Chamber's shadow would be seen in all 7 nations of Teyvat. My wish has not changed to this very day. However, it is not only out of consideration for myself that I have built the Jade Chamber anew at this time. I hope the Jade Chamber will always float in the skies above Liyue Harbor, bearing witness to the prosperity and peace of the human world. And I hope that you can all witness it with me. Let the Ascension ceremony commence!
Don't fall.
Right on cue. The Avenger of the Vortex, Baish.
Who is that?
Osial's wife. Final follower of the Overlord of the Vortex.
Sounds like you knew this was coming.
Beidou sensed something was stirring in the deep. She warned me months ago. Knowing she harbors hatred toward the Jade Chamber, I chose to rebuild it now as a way of drawing her out.
Got it. Well, let's go fetch the Adepti.
No. In this human age, the people of Liyue must find a way to overcome this crisis on our strength alone!
Hi, Zaru. I like how, like this widow, she's like grieving for her husband, and we're just like, yeah, we're just gonna murder her. Let's murder this widow for being mad at us for killing her husband.
All hands! Tsunami incoming!
What's that? Wait! A giant wave!
Yeah, just shoot the giant wave with your bow, that'll help. Ow. Hey, you weren't the hero of this story, okay?
You are a cursed child. Your life brings nothing but disaster to us all. At least if you die, I can bring her back.
The day you learn how to use your strength for the good of others is the day that you can truly become part of human society.
It's kind of an interesting allegory, because it's not so much that the humans are going off on their own and kind of giving the middle finger to the Adepti. Shanha kind of embodies the fact that
We can't let you be the only one taking this risk!
I hardly see this as a great risk. The people of Liyue Harbor are well prepared, and she is already badly injured. Only sheer willpower is keeping her alive. I may be nearing the end of my stamina, but in a fight to the death, I think I have the upper hand.
yeah, I mean, I'm not... can you die already? Please? You have a sliver of health, and I'm stabbing you in the neck. Oh. Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. Hey, anyway, so Shanha, she kind of embodies kind of the allegory where it's like they're not just like giving the middle finger to the Adepti, right? It's more like the Adepti are the loving parents, and the humans have learned from the Adepti, and so they're keeping their teachings with them, and that's kind of what Shanha embodies.
Can't have your drink. Huh.
Obey! Unleash! You will regret this!
And, yeah. So that's... I think that's a pretty good allegory.
Let's go, let's go! Ha, I'm here. Unleash! Break a leg!
Manifest! Observe! By ordinance divine! Obey!
It's a very tedious boss battle, I'm telling you. And it's the one that's almost dead, and there's nothing I can do while it's almost dead. Alright, so that's 2 that are almost dead. Can I fight the 3rd one, please? Okay. Super spooky.
Manifest!
Oh, don't worry, one of these days we'll actually be able to fight them. Fight the head. Come on. Come on! This the one? Yes, it is.
Everybody stand back!
Okay, there we go.
This place is unstable. It is too risky to continue pursuing her.
Let's not murder the widow.
The consequence.
Are you alright?
I'm just a little exhausted. Otherwise, fine. I wanted to deal with it myself. I didn't expect you to follow me. Don't worry. She's not coming back anytime soon. After an injury like that, she'll likely seek refuge somewhere else.
How did things go underwater?
It's been dealt with. She was injured before entering the water. It didn't take too much effort to finish the job.
Good. So the crisis has been safely averted. When you visit the Jade Chamber in the future, you will be afforded generous treatment.
Lady Ningguang, the fleet reports that the sea monster has left Guyan Stone Forest and the surrounding waters have returned to normal.
Thank you. How are the Millilith?
Thanks to the medical supplies you prepared and Lady Keqing's command, our losses were minimal. Of course, we owe huge thanks to this young lady for her help. On behalf of the entire Millilith, thank you for your service.
Just like the hero in the story.
Great. Then next time I watch Miss Yun's opera, I'll be able to take the compliments. I wasn't trying to be a hero, though. I just wanted to protect you.
Let the soldiers recuperate, but don't let your guard down. If she
What
returns with a vengeance, we must be prepared.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been monitoring us for some time now. I trust you've reached a conclusion.
You wish to hear one's opinion. Well, things would have hardly gone so smoothly had it not been for Shenhe.
That I do not deny. However, final victory was always going to be ours, even had things been a little more arduous. If it came to it, I could always destroy another Jade Chamber.
One has observed your adaptation of the Guizhong Ballista, and find oneself compelled to admit that you have evidenced some degree of novel thinking. You have learned from past failures and prepared for this crisis in advance. This is considerable progress compared to the last time. Hence, on balance, one finds your performance during this trial satisfactory enough. But there will no doubt be further trials to come in the future. Do not suppose that one will not continue observing you hereafter.
While the position of Tianquan remains mine, I will always ensure Liyue's safety.
Shenhe, one saw you secretly venture out from the mountains a few years ago, and noticed the air of dejection in which you returned. Hopefully this trip to Liyue Harbor has been a different experience.
Yes. I can't explain it, but I feel happier than I expected.
Good. Traveler.
Someone's got a crush.
Care of Shenhe. She is a dear child. In fact, one has many fond memories of Shanhe's childhood that she may be interested in.
Oh my goodness.
There'll be no need for that.
Oh.
Alright. See you, Zayu.
They are all
Sorry, I'm a little late.
Fine. Since you care not to listen, one shan't be telling you. One shall be going homeward now.
Please, have a good rest. Come to the Jade Chamber when you have recovered your energy. We must celebrate both the completion of the Jade Chamber and the fact that Liyue has weathered another crisis. This banquet must be the most spectacular ever.
Okay. See, yeah, that's the main downside of Razor, is that his E does not actually mine stuff. Alright. What? How can you tell me that didn't... Can I dig here? No? Okay, not allowed. Not allowed to borrow someone else's shovel, apparently. Alright. Let's get some more of this stuff. I don't really want for crystal chunks, but the Noctilucous Jade, I don't really know what it's used for, but it might be useful in the future, and it's pretty rare, so... yeah, I'll go ahead and stick that there. Alright, let's attend, and hopefully we'll be able to go to Inazuma after this. We'll see. That is an interesting painting.
Everyone's already seen it.
Never mind.
It's Paimon's first time attending a banquet in the Jade Chamber. The food here looks amazing.
All of you here are my distinguished guests. I am determined that each of you thoroughly enjoys yourself. Those who don't drink alcohol, please, help yourself to other beverages. Fine wine is a delight to the senses, but it is far from the only one. I trust you will find the marvelous view from the Jade Chamber to be an equally gratifying indulgence.
Have you heard? Miss Yun's going to be performing today.
Sure have. Honestly, it's the main reason I'm here. I've never missed any of Miss Yun's performances, and I don't intend to start now. I hear she's going to perform The Divine Damsel of Devastation today, the one written by her father. I've been so excited that I've barely slept the last few nights.
Hey, look! Miss Yun is going on stage!
Don't call out Shenhe, don't call out Shenhe, don't call out Shenhe.
披冠到这里本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，唱与诸位听。彼时鹤归，茫茫天地无依靠，孤身离去。今日再会，新朋旧友坐满堂，共聚此时。
What did you think? Personally, I thought I sang rather well.
I like it.
Beautiful. Paimon wants to learn too.
It was wonderful. Also, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks to you, the Divine Damsel of Devastation is a more nuanced tale than ever. The play has an ending, but life goes on. I believe you will find a way to fit in Liyue Harbor.
Thank you. I think I've found the opportunity I needed to change.
Here you are. Great to see you. Huh? Hey, this young lady with the white hair looks like some kind of VIP. Yeah, that's it, like an adeptus. Wait, you're the girl from the opera, aren't you? The Divine Damsel herself. And look who else we have here, the illustrious traveler. Well, I'll be. This was definitely worth showing up for. Let me pull up a chair, all right. We'll all have a friendly chat, get better acquainted.
Yeah, let's get him drunk so that he kind of forgets all that.
You could leave us alone. That is, if you'd prefer to finish your drink via the orifice of your own choice.
I see the homicidal intent is not fully quelled.
Oh, hey, what are you doing?
Calm down, Shenhe. Calm down.
Hey, listen, I thought that response was just fine.
I'm glad Master sent me here to deliver the sigils. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. I'm sure I have much to learn from you in the future.
Like not threatening violence if someone annoys you.
One must first feel. After our trip to Mount Tianheng together, I felt much more in touch with the character today. I believe I was able to deliver a more profound performance because of it. Next time I have a new opera, may we study the character together again.
Oh god, this is becoming a harem anime. I don't seem to be too pleased.
You've made an exceptional contribution toward the building of the new Jade Chamber. I will not forget this. I shall be sure to repay your kindness at an appropriate juncture.
Okay. So, we need to complete other quests. What other quests? I mean, it's not troublesome work, right? That Mondstadt gastronomy crypt. Maybe it's this one. Oh, no, around Mondstadt. Okay, wait, hold on. Question mark. Complete a teapot to call home. Oh my gosh. Wherefore did the spirit stones descend? Okay. Oh, they've got the little... Okay. Got the little thing around it. And I know I need to do the teapot thing. I just... I was kind of hoping to get that taken care of off stream, and then all the other stuff done, but apparently that's not going to be an option. Oh my gosh, let me go to Inazuma! I just want to send... I just want to send Yuánshén! That's all I want! Please! Why? Why would you look behind the... It's not open world! It was a lie! Why? You lied to me. You're a liar, game. Alright. Give me a teapot to call home so that I can go and go to Inazuma.
Ah, children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Yourself. I only did as I should.
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you.
Yes, longer because I gotta
I have
listen to the stuff instead of going to Inazuma.
My subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh!
She makes TARDISes.
To you?
They're bigger on the inside.
It is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
Trinket, you say?
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Oh. Indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
I can help you look for them!
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all!
Except finding his sister.
Settle down now, children.
Like you found his sister.
No need for you to go running hither and thither. What's more, I
already have what I needed.
that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glaze lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glaze lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, smaragdus jadeite is an adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful. to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Who's this child?
Well, since you're
Is that
an Adeptus,
John?
Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Nope.
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
Shanha.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny.
Oh, no. Okay.
I don't believe we've met.
Another one to add to the harem.
This child here is Yanfei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yanfei, I believe you already heard of the Traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made
Yeah, I don't need you to summarize my life story.
with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yanfei, a legal advisor. Got a
Legal advisor.
You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention.
She's very good at convincing judges.
First-time customers.
All right, Yanfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yanfei. She's always been like this. Ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
You really an Adeptus?
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all.
Is that so? But Smaragdus Jadeite is really rather essential. Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement. Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Krusel. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ore. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some. Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. That's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
Be mindful of your personal safety.
Okay. This way? This way. Oh my goodness. My God. Just open up this world to me, please.
Hello, Mr. Crossell. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yuánshén. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of smaragdus jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yuánshén, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhiqiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhiqiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhiqiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you where my client lives. That seems perfectly reasonable. Like, my guy. Seriously? Is this how stuff works in Snezhnaya? Because, my goodness, that would not be acceptable anywhere. Oh. Okay, I guess she wasn't in here. I found a reason for me to change who I used to be. A reason to start over new.
Oh, whatever shall I do?
Yeah, let me guess. She lost the hairpins?
Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Miss Zhiqiao? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice.
Why did you need them in the first place?
My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Reputation is more important than Mora.
Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu.
Maybe because this is a part where we say we can help.
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Mr. Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see. That's right! Yuánshén said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she
It'd be a little unfair to Crossel.
True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossel the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Yuchao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please. Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item, and I should pay compensation per the contract.
Such a huge sum of money, though.
However much it is.
Let me guess. Who's behind stealing it?
My family are merchants, after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossel in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue, and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
Smooth to the touch, finest quality jade.
That's not
That's nothing. I
a
just
description
need to
of
examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
Smagdorite Jadeite, or whatever it's called.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus Jadeite?
I mean, if it was real, then yeah.
Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes, and if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus Jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossel.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
I should open a store here.
Okay. Can't just talk here or there or there. I want to get to Inazuma, kill a golden wolf lord. Is that so wrong? Oh, no, 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 stop, go, no, no. Stop. Thank you. Goodness gracious.
Miss Yuanfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the Orin laid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus Jadeite after all. What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus Jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus Jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yuanfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track. It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yuanfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
I mean, a lot of contracts is just comes down to common law and things like that. Like,
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract.
Contracts are so
look through
lengthy and
let me know if you have any
legally easy.
questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy.
You need me to do anything?
Now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yuanfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself.
I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this.
In drastic cases, it might change their personality.
Processes ore. Ha! I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossel had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh, it's you, Miss Yanfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnyan merchant named Crossel enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnyan merchant named Crossel, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus Jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus Jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Try your luck betting on jade?
No geo-energy at all.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings. Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh? If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever. Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental sight a shot. So, did you find anything?
Not a trace of elemental energy. But how is it that this guy never worked on something like that, and how is it that this lady was fooled, if she knows what this stuff looks like?
So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossel...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
Miss Yanfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossel did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yanfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare try to deny what he did.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more compelling. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Aha! Got it! Sinxi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
Well, that was quick. How come you know so many people?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated.
That's why the contracts are so long.
It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense?
Lawyers would not be nearly as in demand if it wasn't for the government overcomplication of laws.
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized them?
Well, that makes the legal codices in Liyue a lot better, a lot simpler than in the US. Tell you that.
Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like reading things.
Again, with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Sinxi.
I believe there's, what is it at this point? 850,000 pages of business regulation. It's literally impossible for a legal advisor to know all of them. That's why you have to be specialized in a particular industry, and still you need to go back and reference it. And that's why businesses have to hire people to be legal advisors full-time. You can't run a business knowing all you need to know to run a business and know all of that. It's
Oh, Miss Yanfei.
it adds a massive cost to businesses, and
Did the client from last time
have no further trouble from then on?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossell asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossell. Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Sinxi, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossell commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossell wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinxi. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I mean, you're visited by a lawyer. What do you think?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip.
Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baizhu.
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
I mean, this seems like something that would be common knowledge for someone dealing with ores, and yet she didn't know that it's supposed to be harmful to the human body. She couldn't tell the difference between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite, which is supposedly really easy for someone of her, someone of her expertise. I'm so confused. Doesn't make much sense.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains, and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality, and their illness will only ever get worse. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come—
They're really pushing that,
knowing you,
the whole thing with the changes in personality thing.
Of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baizhu.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document, won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baizhu guy is as weird as ever.
There's a hint here that, it could be that her personality did change, because they talk about the Smaragdus Nephrite being—
He was fishing for something back there.
Dr. Baizhu's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find—
Anyway, the Nephrite is the encasing for that, and it's—
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossell, you must pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Ms. Zerchow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question.
Well, the jewel. Oh.
This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus Nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite. So I had him cut away the Nephrite, he returned the valuable Jadeite core to me, and some Nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
Hard evidence. Something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, Traveler.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus Jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by this.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors?
Yep.
What's this?
Smaragdus Jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus Jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus Jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus Jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus Jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
And how is it? Why is it so valuable if it's so dangerous?
She's a different person.
Well, yeah, she's turned into Phoenix Wright, attorney at law.
I confess, the ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus Nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus Jadeite, in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus Nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus Jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus Jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through.
Okay, but if it's so so first of all, how is it so valuable if it's so dangerous? And second of all, why would you fake that if it's valuable again? And if the Smaragdus Jadeite is so valuable in spite of it being so dangerous, couldn't he have just sold the Smaragdus Jadeite instead of like trying to turn it into jewelry? Like what? I don't know. So why did you charge Ji Chao such an extortionist rental price?
Exactly. If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus Jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
Alright, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crozul looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus Jadeite.
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Jichao, you...
However, Mr. Cross...
That's fair as with the contract.
Jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yuánshén, I'll turn this Smaragdus Jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go. But whatever. It'll do.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yuánshén. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crostle come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crostle, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crostle, I'd like to talk business for a second, if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that
business.
You're design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Oh, she ain't gonna be joining our harem, that's for sure.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Yes, though there were some twists and turns along the way.
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
Okay, so we're gonna complete this quest, end the stream, and then there's gonna be another stream tomorrow.
The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution.
Can't say I've ever met an Adeptus like you before.
An Adeptus? Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
It needs legal consultancy on how to reduce the complexity of its laws. just reason involved here.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Okay. A teapot to wait, part 1? Oh my gosh, why? Please. I want to finish these quests. I want to go to Inazuma. It's fitting that this is a place of, like, the place of highly complex contracts, because, man, these people talk a lot. Okay, so we'll turn in this leg of the quest, complete the first part of a teapot to call home, and then, I'll do the stream tomorrow. I was kind of hoping to take tomorrow off, but that's not an option.
Were you able to find the Smaragdus Jadeite?
You were, thanks to Yuánshén.
Good, good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you? All right then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis.
A truly unique Adeptus.
Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yuánshén might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place I once knew. All right then, let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
And how long does it take?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment.
Okay.
There we go. This Serenity pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
Thanks, Granny.
Wait a minute, Granny. How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
Okay. Well, no, I shall not. Not today. Not tonight. I have a lot of other stuff I'm gonna need to get done after I get back from the store, so yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do this. It's gonna have to be on stream. Or maybe not, actually. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Complete the We Will Be Reunited quest. Okay. So... Where's the We Will Be Reunited quest? Wait, is it supposed to be in here? What? Where's the spirits? Ambrosia, Taurus, Imperatrix, and Spirit Stone. Okay. What is this? Catherine and Mondstadt. What? What? Okay, so we need to keep Bowkeeper Danley? Yes. So this one? I am so confused. Anyway, I'm gonna figure out what the heck I need to do to get to Inazuma in between this stream and next stream. Thanks for coming by. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Heart hands.